This is Fireman Ed, and you're listening to Jets Commute, Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Jet fans, let's rock MetLife Stadium this year. J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets. Go Jets!
Okay, Pete, because I did start it. I did start it all off, and no one wanted to listen. But like I said, I don't look at it from a fan standpoint. I look at it from a player
What's
standpoint.
up? What's up, guys? Good morning.
What's
What's up?
going on, brother?
What up? What up? No, I really didn't get to talk to you guys about that Rossini article. I
What do
think
you
the whole
think
thing.
about it?
I just think that whatever they're doing, they have a vendetta against the team. To be honest, I do think some of it's true, but I think a lot of it's exaggerated and to a certain extent. So, uh,
So, Ant, let me ask you a question. What do you feel about what Rich Samini said?
which one about Garrett?
Yes, sir.
It depends. I mean, I don't like really what Garrett said the other day. He said that I'm going to be where my feet are at. Um, but I mean, it depends. If they throw money in his face, I don't know. I don't know. He might take it, but I don't know.
Listen to me, Ant.
Well. Let me tell you this, June. If they're saying that Brick Johnson has a say in the organization, like they're saying, right? I mean, that was one of the things. Supposedly, that's his favorite player, so they're going to let his favorite player walk. I mean, I don't. So
Li-
I mean, I don't know.
No, because at the end of the day, it's not about what the Jets want. It's about what the player want.
But
Because
they have control over him for 2 more years or three, right, Petey? I don't know if it's two or three.
Three, I mean, technically, you could say four because
Right.
they
but
have next year the fifth year option and then two franchise years if you get
n-
technical.
now, and with that being said, the new era players, this new day and age players, they don't stay where they don't where they don't want to stay. They will force their way out.
Oh, but Chase tried to do it. They made him play, right?
Well, he didn't say trade me.
No, but he
He-
wanted to get paid, right? He didn't show up. He didn't do this.
right.
He didn't do that. And they
Well,
did the same thing. And they did the same thing to T. Higgins.
but once again, wanting to get paid and wanting to get traded is two
T.
completely
Higgins wanted
different
to
things.
get traded,
Well, he's out of there after this year. Am I right?
but they made him stay for the
I
contract.
mean, technically, June they could give him 20% raise and franchise him again because the
Right.
franchise I think goes up 20% if you get tagged the second year. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's how it works. So technically, the Bengals still
No,
own his
I
rights.
just
They could own his rights and then
well,
just trade him. But
well, June. I just want to stand the Rossini thing first. I think the whole
Okay.
thing is a joke. I think they haven't been they don't do this to any other team in the league, and other teams had similar situations, if not worse. What about the Jaguars when all that whole thing with Urban Meyer came out with the kicker, with whatever he was cheating on his wife and everything? Nobody went
Mm-hmm.
over there and bashed the Jaguars, right? It was a quick
Mm-hmm.
little article, this and that, and you never heard anything about it. This whole thing about the Jets is getting dragged down every day. Well, every couple of months, she's coming out with some type of hit piece. I think they're trying to drag. I don't know if they're trying to drag them just because she doesn't like Rodgers. Maybe she doesn't like Woody's a Trump supporter or something like that. I don't know, but that's where I'm at. I think some of the stuff is true. I'm not being naive to the whole situation, but with
Right.
the Madden thing, he could have been like, he just could have said the joke. He said, "Oh no, I don't want Judy," and just kind of did like a bit and said, "He's matting ratings anyway," or just like. But people are taking anything to run with it. It's a joke, to be honest.
Yeah,
Like I
the
said,
whole
I'm not.
the whole Madden thing. I think that one was on brick because Woody Johnson
But
ain't saying
still,
no Madden shit at his age.
no, yeah, but still, Petey, it's just the whole thing is just it's a drag, just to drag the Jets, just any way they can, just to get clicks. What about the whole Deshaun Watson thing with the Browns? That was what, a couple months, a month, and then you never heard about anything again, and that was it. The Jets
Yeah,
are national news for some
it's
reason.
crazy,
I don't
bro.
know
They're
why.
3-10 or 4-10, and they're a national
4 and 10.
story. It's a joke. How?
But it's this Rossini. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know what she has against the Jets other than Rodgers because that's what really where I'm at. But
I
like
saw
I said
Josina
before,
Anderson quoted Costello this
and
morning.
then she backtracked 3 times on the whole benching thing. And Rosenblatt's not. He's got a vendetta too. Petey, I know he comes in here and
Yeah, but
but
that has nothing to do with it. I
the
don't know if I don't think I
but
just
he
can't
has
see
his name on
this.
the article. He has his name on the article. So I
Yeah,
think
But
he's lying too.
but bro, let's
Anthony,
be
what's up?
real.
I mean, Monty, what's
Hold on.
up?
Listen, man. The Jets organization is dysfunctional. Whether you believe 80%, 70%, the
Yes,
fact that a kid has influence over a trade, like first of all,
yes,
how does the kid know
That's
about the
true.
hold on, sir. How does the kid even know about the trade? Right? Like the fact that Woody said you suck to Mike White and then had to apologize to him. Like,
yes,
come on, dog.
yes.
Like I
That
don't care how
that I
much you
believe.
believe.
That I
Well,
believe.
yeah, because they
That I
agree.
believe.
But the owner can't do that to a player. And then
No,
a
it's
kid,
not. No,
hold on,
I agree
a
with you.
kid,
I agree with
a
you.
kid comes into a huddle and gives away a football and cursing like he runs the team. You come on, dog. These kids are entitled. Listen, your father owns the team, and you have certain
Yep.
privileges. But when there's a football
Think
huddle
about it
and they're
though,
doing their thing,
Monty. It's a family business. Anything
yes,
that
sir.
it's a family business, the family's going to be involved one way,
No,
somehow,
but these are
whatever.
kids.
No,
I
I
don't
know.
care. I don't care if you let them run around the office, but when they come in and start taking over huddles and giving over game balls, come on, dog. It's dysfunctional. No wonder the Jets can't win. Like this shit is dysfunctional, dog. They need a cleansing from top to bottom. And the problem is, I don't know who you get to come in. If a GM can't come in and set his own culture and say these kids can't do this, I don't know what GM comes in, a good GM that comes in and is going to put up with this bullshit.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been saying it for months now. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Thank you. I don't either, I don't see it.
Chris, just jump in. You're good. Good morning.
Good morning, Petey. Good morning, Jets Commute.
What's up?
June, what's going on?
Hey, my
How's
brother
everybody
Chris.
doing
How
today?
you doing?
Happy Friday to everybody. I'm doing all right. I'm breathing, so it can't be that bad. I
Man.
can hear you. I can
Yeah,
see you. You
absolutely.
know. So
Absolutely.
what's going on today?
Oh man, we were just
Little
talking about the
reminiscent about the
dysfunctional.
athletic. That's it.
We just we're just talking about the dysfunction that you left.
I just wanted to know.
Chris, wait, what's your what I think I asked you yesterday. What's your awareness matting
Awareness.
rating? Yeah.
I don't know. You know what? I'd ask y'all. I mean, here, my brother June is getting blamed for stuff that I started. I started that.
Yo,
I can raise my hand. It was me. But go ahead, blame. Feel free to
yo,
blame it
no,
on
no,
June, though. I mean, I think it was on a Jets commute where I had. Wait,
yeah,
did I have a conversation?
no,
And wait, I don't even think I asked him a question when Mr. Antoine Staley was right in the Jets commute. Did I ask him to school some people on or ask Garrett Wilson some
That's what it,
questions.
Chris. I said that to June. I'm like, well,
Yeah,
Antoine's a man of his word. He said he would ask him, and he did.
Yeah,
yeah,
He
well,
did
yeah,
say that. I'll get.
you know,
You're right
yeah.
about that.
sometimes it might take a little prodding, little, a power of suggestion. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just what I'm kind of seeing. Again, you don't hope for it. Before I came into the commute, not to be long-winded, I actually tuned in to Jake Asman, who I haven't heard in a long time, just because I'm really interested, and he was talking about it as well. Um, hmm, I don't know. I'll leave that there, but I would like to ask. Um, there's an interesting conversation around Madden ratings. Let me ask y'all, how important are Madden ratings? Now,
Not to
mind you,
me. Not to me.
again, everybody's going to have a different. Now, you're not running your franchise on them,
No.
but how often do people check Madden ratings? It's
When
just
they're
another,
paranoid.
it's just another wild thought. But check this
People
out.
always check man ratings.
Oh, they do. Isn't it every
No, no,
year
no.
that
People
there's
always check
probably
man
a
ratings.
professional
Man ratings.
athlete who plays in the
Yes,
NFL
yes, yes,
who's
yes,
upset
yes,
at
yes,
his
yes,
Madden
yes,
ratings?
yes, yes, yes,
Do they
yes,
even
yes. Every
have
year, every year.
wait, don't they have is it in prime time now too? Isn't there a
Yes,
Madden ratings release show?
yes,
Now
there is, and
I'm not saying run your franchise on it.
ESPN even takes part in the release of the Madden ratings at times. Yes, this is true.
So wait a minute. They have a release show for it. Now again, I look, it's just a thought. It's just you kind of sit back and you kind of observe some of these things.
Hmm.
Yeah, but Chris, what
Yeah,
I mean, this is just like there's this is an it's to me it's a non-story. Like it's
what
just so
Hey Pete, you
frustrating.
sound defeated, Pete.
he
Pete, you
does.
sound
Yeah,
defeated.
I've
But I
never
can
been like
understand.
this with
I
the
can
Jets.
understand why, because look at what we're conversing about. What's the
Yeah.
conversation? It has nothing to do with the game
With football.
that you're gonna
Hmm.
play. Okay, then this week's opponent. In terms of in terms of the graphic, in the hunt, we already know that's so. I mean, when you have you don't want to call it dead time because you guys you're still you're rebuilding your franchise. It's kind of already
But
started.
but Petey, I feel like they're trying to rip the fan base up. To be honest,
It's already ripped up though, Ant.
no, but
Like
I'm saying they're trying to they're trying to pour salt in a wound. You know what I'm saying?
Hey June, you still wearing your sunglasses inside this time of year?
I keep them on, brother. I keep them
Glad to
on.
hear. Shout out to my buddy Saul, who's giving me thumbs up.
Yo, so now, how do you feel about the whole Rich Samini thing saying about the
But
Garrett
June, I don't know,
but
June. I
Pete,
don't know if it's
you
everyone, but you're
made
but
breaking out
Petey,
in and
as a
out. I
request to
couldn't hear the
trade
whole
after season?
question.
yeah, June.
but
I
Petey,
said
I'm
now
with you.
how
I
do you
mean,
feel?
I'm checked
Hold
out for the
on,
rest of the year.
Anthony. Can you hear
Eh,
June?
Oh, now I
June, can
can.
you hear?
Before you, I couldn't hear
All
him. I
right,
can hear him
yeah,
now.
I got you. I said, Jay, how do you feel about the Rich Samini Garrett situation now?
I mean, honestly, I don't know if you're referring to Samini's podcast yesterday, where he flat out said that he's
Yes.
spoken to people within. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a tough pill to swallow, but at the same time, the guy's clearly superior and a superior talent. They've been losing nonstop. I mean, the guy's frustrated. He comes from a lineage at Ohio State where they're used to winning. Okay, uh, it's frustrating, but at the same time, right? Like I'm of the belief that they should go the full rebuild route next year. I do. I think, even if Rodgers is playing good these last couple of games, what's the point of keep? I mean, where was this all season, right? Like, and also too, you're rolling the dice. He's going to be another year older. He's going to have another year where he's going to get injured more often. There's no reason to bring him
Yeah,
back. You got to pull off the band-aid now.
yeah,
So unfortunately, and listen, Garrett Wilson's still young, and your hope is to draft guys that are as good, if as half as good as Garrett Wilson, not as good. But at the same time, if he's going to be a cancer in the locker room, and he's going to continue to, and let's not say that he has
I don't think
already,
he's
but
a.
if
I
he's
don't think
put,
he's a cancer.
just hold on, buddy Anthony. He may not be a cancer in the locker room, but if he clearly doesn't want to be there, and I can get a first round pick plus for him, you know what? Thank you, Garrett Wilson, and I'm sorry it didn't work out, but it's time to say goodbye. What am I going to do? Have a Devonte Adams situation where my best player is a wide receiver on the Raiders and just bitch and moan and pout?
Yeah,
So that's
Exactly,
my
man.
view on that.
my thing with the Rogers situation
Exactly.
about bringing him, just the following the next year after that, you're back to square one again, trying to find a quarterback. So just get
Okay, I'll draft Archie Manning.
no, no. I'm agreeing with you.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like,
No, I'm saying like if you bring Rogers back, I think it's a bad thing because you're just gonna go back to square one
yeah, exactly.
because you're gonna be looking for a quarterback unless you're drafting one this year.
Fair. I don't know. It's a tough situation, but honestly, there's really nothing to even talk about with this team until they hire a new coach and GM. Because frankly, they're nothing but a disgrace.
Wait, Giambi, to be fair with what you said about draft picks and all that, I
Yeah.
agree with you, but when's the next time the Jets are going to have the fourth and 10th pick? Like
No, Pete, I
that's what
understand. I
that's
understand.
why like
Yeah.
I'm
Well, it
I'm on board of
depends.
keeping Garrett and Sauce.
It
I
depends
mean,
what
I
they're
would like to
looking
keep them,
for.
Pete, because honestly, when you look at it too, especially this day and age with how the college rules work, you're going to see, I'm going to say kids, but they're really men. You're going to see men who are 24 years old getting drafted. Please, someone please correct me, but I think Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner are 25 years old, right? So again, I
23,
understand.
I think. But
23, so even more concerning. So no, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, when it comes to the contracts, I don't know if it matches up because realistically, I think the Jets need to start from scratch. I mean, you do have these guys as building blocks. I would try to keep Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner if I'm the GM. Personally, I'd say Brees Hall, I'd show him the door. I know everyone likes him and try to make him out to be the next Curtis Martin. I don't know. And I do think he's very talented. Excuse me, but I don't think a running with the and obviously you're looking at Saquon Barkley, but I think that's a rare exception to the rule. I think you could find another running back elsewhere. And you look at guys like Jermaine Johnson too. I know he had the Achilles injury this year, but he looked like he was becoming his own player. Last year showed some
Yeah.
promising signs of development. So if I
I
had to
do.
one of them walk, it would be Brees Hall.
I do think the more I think about it, one of those four players is going to get traded this
yeah.
offseason.
Uh,
Obviously not Jermaine, but
so that's
one
another
of the
thing
four.
too, real quick. Do you extend Jermaine Johnson? Well, offer the 5th year option. It's going to be offered. I'm saying, does Jermaine take does
I don't think it's a bad thing if you give him the
yeah?
option.
So
It's not.
Neo, I know you have your hand up. Good morning.
No, good morning, Petey. First of all, happy holidays to everyone on the commute. I hope everyone, gets some good downtime with the family.
You too,
Hope
bro.
Santa, hope
Thank you.
Santa brings everyone what they want. Two things to consider because I think that you could make a case for trading anyone, maybe but Garrett Wilson. I don't know if there's a player in this year's draft that's going to be a better player than Garrett Wilson. Maybe Travis Hunter, at Lightning in a bottle, but there's two things that are a little bit different, when you look at these, players. Like, we're in the age of social media, so when people are unhappy, it's amplified. People have always been unhappy with their contracts and their teams, and now the media, just like any other story, it's amplified. So that's just something they have to deal with. And when you're an organization, you can't just acquiesce every time a player is unhappy because, now we're in a different world again where these kids are getting the NIL money in college, and they're coming to the league as millionaires. They're not no longer dependent on that NFL contract. to make their generational wealth. Now, sure, they want to cash in and make as much as they can, but I think the franchises that are agile and can adapt to dealing with young men that are coming in the league with high demands, you got to find a way to make it work. I, Money solves everything. Garrett could be upset right now because he's tired of losing or whatever that might be, but a nice fat contract extension this offseason ahead of the curve, setting the market, I think could set the right precedence, not just for him, but for any other free agent they have. So I think as an organization, you got to kind of stand pat, stand your ground. You can't just get rid of everyone who's unhappy. I think we all face days in our careers where we're not happy about work or something like that, but you keep powering through. That's just my 2 cents. Garrett Wilson's the best player on the Jets, in my opinion, and I don't understand how you can rebuild or kind of retool if he's not part of the plan just because he's such a good player.
Neil, what do you think? What do you realistically think a contract for him would look like? What's the going rate for top-notch wide receivers these days? I mean, you see Devontae Adams at 35 million, but I think that I don't really see anyone paying a wide receiver that much.
Yeah,
Giambi,
I
can
think.
I just Neil, can I just
I'm sorry.
comment? I put out yesterday 4 for 120 with like between 65 and 75 guaranteed. That's what I would do. A little
Well,
higher than Waddle, but a little less than Jefferson and those guys.
100% PD, and I would do it now before they announce what the salary cap is for this year, because the rumor is the cap's going up 20 to 25 million dollars. When the cap goes up, that means players want more money. So I would try to get it done as a sign of good faith now. Like I'd have that
Yeah,
sit
but
down.
realistically, Neil, who's going to do it? You have like some, basically lame duck GM in Phil Savage. You don't
That's
have a
true.
GM. You don't have a head coach. Like, who's realistically going to hand out that contract, Woody?
Yeah, and that's where it's tough is they don't have the guy make the decision, and maybe it is the owner. I just think if you let Garrett get to the off season and things remain the same, so, say the Jets don't win a game out, the negotiation gets harder, I think. So I'm always a believer in, we saw the Patriots way, which they got rid of a player a year too early. Well, I also think you could do that in reverse. You could pay a player a year too early as well, in a good way, where you're locking these up, because these contracts every year you're going to reset the market at a position. And I'll give a case as a Dolphins fan. So Javon Holland's been a really good safety for the Dolphins, right? And I think we all anticipated he was going to become a top five safety in football. He's had a horrendous year in a contract year. So if you would have asked me before the season, would you pay Javon Holland, Antoine Winfield, $18 to $20 million a year money? The answer for me would have probably been yes. Now that answer is you can't do that. You just can't do that. He's the 63rd ranked safety in football. So, it's one of those things, man. It's these contracts are going to get worse and worse. And I know we talk about the cap a lot, but these guys 2 years ago, the Saints were $70 million over the cap, and the only player they really had to lose to get out of that was Marshawn Lattimore, right? Like you can just push this money downhill, restructures, the cap's going up. You know, it, these guys that handle the cap know how to make the numbers work. So I think as fans sometimes we worry about it a little too much. Like these teams know what they're doing, but you have four key players at the same time, but in my power rankings, Garrett Wilson would be one of those four, with probably what he got. Sauce. See, I still think Sauce is a good corner, man. I do. I think he's had a bad year and losing snowballs downhill. And I don't care. The human element takes over when you're mathematically eliminated. Maybe you don't play as hard. I think Sauce is still easily a top seven corner in football with upside. I'm keeping him. Jermaine Johnson, I mean, he was on the rise, but that injury to me, like I'm dealing with the same thing as a Dolphins fan with Jalen Phillips. Like, I don't want to pay him until I see what he comes back as. I don't want to pay him for what he's done in the past. I got to pay him for what he's going to do in the future. And then Brees Hall is a really good football player. What I think I would do with him is just slap a 1 year franchise tag on him, own his control, and then probably get rid of him after that. That's kind of how I think I would handle it. But tough decisions to make for the Jets, and not having the guy to make the decisions in the office make things harder. But I don't know how the Jets are a better franchise without Garrett Wilson.
I agree. I think Garrett needs to be here. Even if he's unhappy, pay him.
I and I would pay him,
Yes.
and I would pay Sauce, and I think you get a good deal on Sauce Gardner, especially considering he's had a down year. So now's the time you want to sign somebody like that. And yeah, he had a down year, but let's also be honest, he was an All Pro his first 2 years. but that's what you can't afford to keep all of these guys. And I would,
Correct.
I seriously would let Brees Hall walk.
Yeah,
I'd show him the
but
door.
Giambi, to be fair, and this is my stance, and I get it. You want to tear it down, and so does Jim. Nick, good morning. I'll get to you in a sec. I'll be quick.
And Jim, by Jim, you mean fucking Jim?
Uh,
No, he means me. He
June.
means me. He
Well,
said
Oh.
the wrong name.
F and Jim is in the listener seg. Good morning, F and Jim. To me, I don't think you need to completely tear it down. I don't. If you get the right coach in here and you make some tweaks with Lazard, you know, all that stuff, get rid of Lazard. I would keep Adams. If they run it back with Rodgers, I don't care. And then go from there. And you create room. I think they could do it. But again, is that set up for long term success? No. And there's fans that are like, I want long term success. I want to make the playoffs for multiple years. I just want to get back to being relevant. If it's for a year, it's it
No,
sucks.
Petey, we just
It's
did the we
bad.
just did the whole build for 1 year. It didn't work. You can't do that. You can't do that. So there's something in the
Okay.
Thank
there's
you. You
something in the
can't
middle, but
do
it's
it,
not going
bro.
to be about let's just do something to get to 10. That's what this year was, and it missed. You
Yep.
can't run that. You can't run that back. You can bring back players to do something, but it can't be. We just want to go for it. They did that.
And that's the question I was going to ask you, Petey, because I like, it's for me, again, everyone knows I'm a Dolphins fan. The Dolphins checking the box and making the playoffs means nothing to me. I've seen it before. Like, I don't want a team that just gets into the wild card and gets skull dragged in the playoffs. I want a team that can actually make a run that I actually have belief can be a perennial contender. Like, are you at a point now just because of the drought of playoff appearance that you just want to get in and worry about the long term future? Because that's the whole conversation about Aaron Rodgers to me is if the goal is to win a Super Bowl, I don't think Aaron Rodgers can do it. If the goal is to win 9 or 10 games and sneak into a wild card, I think that's a different conversation. So it's like they're two different conversations for me. Like if the goal is to just get into the wild card, you're not going to get a quarterback in free agency or the draft, even at his age, that I think is on par with him, because they're not
I
going to get one of the top guys in the draft. Look, I think Sam Darnold's having a hell of a year. Environment matters. I don't see him coming back to the Jets anyway. Look, I know Justin Fields is a fun football player, but like I just don't think he's the guy who's going to take you to the promised land or anything like that. And I've heard Jameis Winston. I mean, the quarterback who's available after this year, it's kind of slim pickings. Like I get moving on from if the goal is to win a Super Bowl, you move on, you eat the 49 million now and you live with it. But if the
Sam
goal is
Darnold
just,
will probably get a contract for $35 million this offseason. That's how bad the quarterback is.
Wait,
I think more. I think
Petey,
more than that.
What?
You want to bring
I'm
Rodgers
not
back next
saying
year?
that. I mean, I wouldn't care if they did, honestly,
No,
but
Yes.
I mean, I'm not,
no, I'm
Yes.
just
all
saying.
right,
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not saying
saying
you are.
no.
I'm just
I'm not
asking.
saying no to it. That's the thing. And people can debate it.
I'm
Who
not I'm
cares?
not opposed to that either.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Ant,
genuinely
let me just
asking.
get to Nick real quick. Nick, good morning, man. How you
Yo,
doing?
good morning,
What's
everybody.
up?
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Same to you.
Hope everyone's spending time with family. I got points here for the Sauce Gardner point. First of all, Dolphins fan, is
Is it
that
just me or
Neil?
can nobody hear Nick?
Oh, can nobody hear
It's
me?
you,
Nah,
Giambi.
nah, nah. I can hear him. It must
Uh,
be you.
Whoever the
Drop it,
Dolphins
come
fan
back.
is, insane amounts of ball. I just wanted to make that a point. Um, and then as far as Sauce Gardner goes and Garrett Wilson, I would pay Garrett. I don't think the number really matters. I think he's a great player. I think he's a Jet. I think that he can. I think he can break all of Maynard's records if he sticks around long enough. I think he's that kind of player. As far as Sauce goes, he's having a down year. He's been terrible, but I think he's been hurt. He was hurt in San Francisco. He hurt himself again later in the year. Like he's been playing hurt all year. So I give him grace there where he can get back to an old form here maybe next year. As far as Rodgers goes, I don't really care if he sticks around to be on the field only. I have no interest in him helping choose the GM. I have no interest in him helping choose the coach because I don't want Nathaniel Hackett being the coach just because they're friends or something of that nature. Definitely not Hackett because, but I just like if it was like I know him and Mike McCarthy don't get along, but like I don't want Aaron to choose the coach because he's not going to be here in a year's time.
Hello? Oh,
Yeah,
Nick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, but McCarthy, he, I don't think he's going to get fired. But if he does, I wouldn't bring him here. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
just get the coach right, and if the coach picks Rodgers, who cares? Who
But if
cares?
Rodgers is hand selecting the coach, it's not going to work
I don't
because
think
we've
he will
seen.
be. I don't think he will be.
I
Do you
sure
think
hope.
Rodgers approved Jim Nagy to get interviewed when this guy's running the Senior Bowl? And Jim Nagy took the interview for sure. There's
Jim
people
Nagy's
not to
he's a hell
good.
of a guy, man. He's a hell of a guy. I've
Yeah.
met him. He's a candidate that intrigues me. I know this. I've seen some people like poo poo him as a candidate. Jim Nagy knows personnel. He knows it. You watch his early when they do the Senior Bowl at the end. They start previewing the next year. He nailed the guys that they send all their invitations. He called out half of them before the season. Jim Nagy knows ball.
hey Neil, that's actually who I really want. I want Jim Nagy. I want the offensive line of Jim Nagy. That's exactly who I
Oh
want.
no, that's Matt, the coach. We're talking about
I mean, Matt
He's
Nagy.
talking about the Senior
yeah, we're
Bowl.
talking about the GM guy, June.
Okay, okay.
Sorry. I don't know who's next, but Terrence, you're going to work, so
Yeah, that's okay. Everybody's going to work. Look, I agree with what you said, Petey, about this. I'm not going to take. I've been given my opinion, but I'm not going to take a stand. Because it's going to be somebody else's decision. But I don't understand why we're so quick to extend people that we control for another 2 years. When it comes to Sauce and Garrett Wilson, uh, regardless of who the quarterback is, all I see with Garrett Wilson is 1,000-yard wide receiver, very good, but he's always on the sideline complaining about something. And to me, ultimately, we got to get the quarterback right. We got to, well, like you said, Pete, we got to get the GM and the head coach right, but we got to get the quarterback right. And either we got to get lucky and get somebody like in the third or fourth round this year to just fill out the quarterback room if Rodgers is gone, or we got to build toward getting somebody in 2026. If he's gonna make a big deal about getting traded, let's then I would say hopefully he plays next year, see if he likes this new coach and GM, but let the GM and the new coach decide whether he's a fit for the path that this organization has. But to me, keep and extend all the players you want. This franchise has been plagued for as long as I've been watching it, and probably
correct.
people older than me, because there are no because we have not had a Super Bowl winning quarterback since Namath, and until we get that solved, nothing else matters. And hopefully this is the time, because it's like 46 going on 47 years I've been watching it. We've never gotten that right, and that's
Terrence,
all.
can I
And
ask you a
besides that,
question real quick?
yeah,
So
yeah,
what you're saying is, okay, maybe if we get lucky, and this is not discrediting your point about the fourth round.
right.
So you're asking
Yeah.
somebody and asking the fan base, all right, well, next year we'll just do it with Tyrod Taylor. And this is more like a 3-year thing, and you're punting on next year. It's
It's not a democracy, Petey.
I,
Okay, so it's a GM's decision. It's not the way you feel or I feel, but I don't see, I am one of those people who would prefer 10 years of a good franchise. Like we had the first 10 years, Woody Johnson was the owner of this team. I don't want this last 15 years.
okay.
I want a chance. I don't want one season and then rebuild, because that's what some of you guys want, just so we can be relevant. We've been relevant for we've been relevant 2 years in a row for about 6 weeks. We got the Monday night football games, we got the Sunday night games, or whatever it was, and then halfway through, like last year, it was over in game one, and it was pretty much over after the Denver game when Salah got fired. So we and we got a owner who always wants to be in the spotlight, and to the detriment of this franchise. So, to me, yeah, I mean, again, I'm not gonna get upset with anybody's opinion because it's useless, because ultimately the owner, the GM, and the coach are gonna make these decisions. But if I hope Rodgers is gone next year, that they eat as much of the cap as they can next year, so that way they set up their program next year with a lot of young players, and then we're trying to build towards something that will last and hopefully culminate in a couple of Super Bowl rings over the next 5 to 10 years with the right coach and GM, and that's all I can hope for. I don't really care about short-term success and then like, okay, then let's suck for 5 more years. I want a consistent winner, and I think being on here and dealing with the fans of other fan bases, that's what I want. I want to be able to say my franchise is a consistent winner, and not the dog shit that it is year after year after year. That's it. Thanks,
All right.
guys.
I mean, I want to continue, but I don't want people to. Terrence, I agree with some of your stuff, but it just
It's okay.
I'm
Yeah, yeah,
speechless, man.
you're not wrong, Petey. You're not wrong, Petey. That's the one thing. Because again, neither of us are going to get what we want, but I'm just telling you how I feel
Right.
about it.
Yeah, it's
And,
never
Hey,
and
going to
hey,
you know,
hey,
happen what
Terrence.
I
yeah.
want, you
Hey,
know.
hey, Terrence. I'm 100% with you, brother.
Oh,
You
Jew,
already
man.
know that. You already know.
That's
Hey,
right,
listen,
Jew.
bro.
You and me, man. We
You,
take it on. Nah, it's okay. No
you,
problem.
you,
We're gonna let
you,
people
you,
speak. There's a lot of
Yeah,
hands.
you,
Thanks,
Joe,
guys.
you already
let's get
know.
Joe Jet and then Joe and Clark. Joe Jet, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. June, Petey, Terrence, right?
What's up?
Joe,
What's going on there,
how are
brother?
you? Listen, I know I jumped on a little late, but this, this is rock bottom, boys. This is, you don't get any worse than this. I used to think when I was a kid, right? Like, 1992, 95, 96, 1 and 15, those were rock bottom. This is this is it. This is, if this man doesn't change, Woody Johnson, after everything that came out yesterday, he's never going to change. Right now, listen. Now, I don't believe everything I read, right? But again, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Even Brian Costello said that, he didn't nix the trade, but he did mention Madden ratings, right? The fact that he would even mention Madden ratings, whether it be in jest or a serious conversation, is a joke in and of itself.
Joe,
Okay.
that comes from Brick, in my opinion, the young kid. Because
Uh,
Woody
uh,
Johnson, there's no way that Woody Johnson is paying attention to Madden ratings.
But Petey, why do
And
we
if
know?
I'm
Why do
wrong,
we know who Brick is? Why do we
Correct.
know who that
That's
right.
is?
And we're not talking about Ulrich. We're talking about Brick
right.
Johnson.
Do you know
So
what Mara's
the,
kid's name is? Do you know what
What?
Rooney's kid's name? Like we don't know. Like this is
No, we know
ridiculous that we
Joe
know.
Shane's kid.
Well, he's gone too.
and one of the more embarrassing things that you read yesterday, right, was the poor coach wins his first game and he's ready to be handed the ball from Aaron Rodgers, and this kid comes out of nowhere and goes on a tirade, profanity tirade, and hands the ball to Garrett Wilson, right? Which, Garrett Wilson made an amazing play, but it's it doesn't get any more embarrassing than this. And you know, Terrence made a great point, right? We can tell every single person on here what we want and how we want to do it. We ain't gonna get it, right?
Correct.
Because until this owner decides that he wants to not run a shit show
Yeah,
nothing is going to change.
Joe, now you just made me get Joe, and I'm not blaming you. Now I'm upset because this same owner put out the same thing again about season ticket holders paying early in November when we're
And
freaking
that
2-5, two and
right, but
six,
to that
and
point,
that gets me upset,
right,
and
but
other people too.
right,
But
Hey
I'm
yo,
gonna pay it. I'm just not gonna bitch about it. But he's not helping the fan base neither. But it's our choice to whether we go or not too. So I can't blame anybody. That's on me.
and you can't any respectable coach, GM, player. I used to think to myself, man, money talks, right? But I you got to be out of your mind to want to enter this fucking twilight zone of an organization.
Yeah, but Joe, listen. I'm sure people in here has been in jobs that they don't want to be at. But if you get the right money, you're staying. People are miserable for years at jobs because of
I
money.
mean, he can get that money
So
anywhere, Petey.
I agree, but not for another 3 years.
It depends.
Jo-
It depends.
yeah, that's
Jamal
true.
Adams forced his way out. It can
Yeah,
happen.
but Jamal didn't
Yeah,
get an extension, Buckeye,
yeah,
until
yeah. But Pete, you keep failing to realize that this is not basketball where the Jets can offer him more money than anybody else. Whatever money the Jets offer, 30 other teams can offer him the same thing.
June. That's not an argument. Joe, can I just get to Joe and Clark because I want to hear what he has
Yeah,
to say,
yeah,
and
go ahead.
then we'll continue
yo,
this.
June, that's your future owner right there. Sorry about that.
That's all right, Joe. Go ahead. Tell me how a disgrace they are.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
What's
No,
up?
no, I had to call. I mean, I had to jump on because I'm watching something on TV. I just saw a stat. I mean, it's not like a surprise, but the Jets since the start of 2017 are 49 games under 500. The Chiefs are like 39. It's almost a 100 game difference between us and the Chiefs. It's unbelievable. It's unfathomable that you could be that much different than a team. Over 100 game difference. As far as it's just mind blowing to be 50 games under 500 the last 7 years. I want to tear it all apart. I agree with Terrence. I do not. The Jets have taken my joy out of football, guys. I was telling Petey, I don't watch football anymore. I used to be obsessed. I never missed a game. I had the NFL ticket for 15 years. I have no interest in watching football anymore. None. And I'm all consumed now with Mets free agency and college basketball and stuff like that. I could care less. It's the Jets. They took away my joy. When your team is out of it, bro. When your team is when your team is good and winning, it's fun to watch other games. You want to see how other teams do, how you stack up against them. I have no interest anymore. I've lost my interest, and it's the Jets. I mean, I'm ready.
Yes,
I'm
Joe.
ready. I'm done with the band aids. I'm done with the 1 year fixes. You bring in no. I don't want to bring Aaron Rodgers back next year. Unless you're telling me we draft a young quarterback, he's going to sit 1 year behind Aaron Rodgers, and we got a new coach. New coach that's fine with that. I do not want to do it anymore. The quick fix. I don't want to sign a free agent quarterback. I want to tear it all apart because everything else has failed. There's no more. To me, I'd
Tear
rather
it
All
just
right,
down.
wait.
Joe. Wait, Joe. If we
I
get the
agree.
all right, Joe. If we just
Tear it
let's
down.
just say we get the right. Who do you think the right coach is for this job, Joe? That Joe and
Vrabel.
yeah.
To
If we
me, Vrabel's young enough that a guy like that could stay here for 10, 15 years and
okay,
build
so
his team
Joe,
from scratch.
if Vrabel signs, sorry to cut you off. If Vrabel agrees here, would you bring back Rodgers and those guys for another
I,
year?
I probably would because you know what I
Okay.
don't want to go out and sign a Justin Fields or a Sam Darnold and sign another free agent. I'd rather draft a quarterback, either the first round, or the second round, wherever, and try to have him sit behind Rodgers for 1 year and then worry about next year. But I mean, I really don't want Rodgers back. But I mean, you want to you want to just have Tyrod Taylor play next year and then sign another free agent, to back him up, something like that. I mean, it's just like my thing is getting the right GM and getting the right. I like Dimitrov. The guy was successful in Atlanta. Have him hire him as your GM. Let him hire the head coach, and that's all you can ask for. All you can do is sit back and wait. There's no other choice anymore. What else is he going to do? The owner's not selling the team, and short of that, there's nothing else you could do. I mean, that's to me is the only. I just hope they got so bad that Woody would almost be forced by Goodell to sell. But I don't see that
Mm.
happening. I mean, it's just but that's to me the only way. I mean, we're going to be on the Johnsons are going to own this team for many many years with the Suns. As they grow older, they're going to take the team over. I mean, it's going to be tough, man. I mean, I don't. I probably we're
So
talking.
you're thinking 5 years until this thing turns around?
I don't know,
What's
man.
five?
A
Look, does
minimal
anybody know?
3 years.
Does anybody really
Minimal.
know? I mean, like, look at the
Right.
Chargers, man. I mean, the Chargers hire a guy like
Yeah.
that guy. I would have given anything. I would have given
Joe, they
McKee
were down
McCaskey.
21-10 last night and they won.
I mean, that's the kind of guy that could build. He's not a kid. I mean, he's 60 years old. I mean, he's whatever he is now. He's not. He's not a kid, but still,
But
that's the kind of.
the only guy that I see that's out there, I like Ben Johnson and these offensive guys, but
Uh,
Mike Vrabel, do you think he's a culture changer?
You you
Jim, I
need
know
a
you
Of
guy.
hate that
course.
Hundred
word.
You need a
percent.
guy that's going to come in here like a Flores, like a Vrabel, and say, "Okay, guys, we're ripping this thing apart. We're starting from square one. Everybody's a free agent here. Nobody has a permanent job on this team. I don't care who you are. Okay, I don't care how long you've been here. We're starting from scratch, and we're going to build this from the bottom up. It's the only way. It's got to be purged and
Only
torn
way.
apart because you can't keep remnants from what's there. Just keep adding to those remnants every year and throwing more shit against. You got to get rid of everything and start from scratch. I mean, if you have to trade guys like Sauce or trade guys even like Garrett Wilson, if you got to trade him, if it helps you get a quarterback down the road, you got to have a quarterback, guys. You got to have the quarterback, you got to have a GM, you got to have a coach. If you don't have those three things, at least have two or three. We don't have any of them right now, so that to me is how it's going to work. I mean, you gotta. That's why this guy Dimitrov, he's got a good track record. I mean, he did it in Atlanta. He drafted a lot of good players. He was successful there. I mean, it's not his fault they lost the Super Bowl. I mean, but I'm just saying, that's a guy. You get a guy like that. You let him hire the head coach, and Woody's got to take a step back. Woody hopefully learned from this embarrassment. Maybe it helps. Maybe it'll help him going forward. It happened. If you guys remember, it happened with what happened with the Knicks, with Dolan getting so involved, and finally he hires Leon Rose, and Leon Rose is the best executive in New York right now. So
It
I mean,
happened with the Yankees with Gene Michael too.
have with G. Michael, and George was in exile those years when G. Michael was running the team. I love George, so I'm not going to rip
Yeah,
George, but I'm saying he did a
but
lot.
Joe,
I know
you
he did a lot.
remember he was the worst owner
Yeah, he did a
in
lot of bad
sports at
things,
one
but he
point.
did a lot. But as a Mets fan, I used to dream. I wish I had known like him, man, because he's like a fan. He's a fan like me, buying players. Especially when you have the Wilpons. But anyway, that not be. I'm not talking about that now. But I'm just saying, yeah, you hire. You gotta make sure you hire the right guy. You hope this guy's the right GM that you hire. You hope that he hires the right head coach. And that's all you can hope for at this point. What else can you do? And you hope they get a quarterback because if you don't get that, you got you don't have a
Yeah, but
quarterback. You don't
Joe,
have a
can I
chance.
can I get Joe, can I jump? Let me just jump back in here and
Go ahead,
then
man.
Office and or Jones, whoever. Joe, what would do we I never thought of the plan after Rogers. It's sad because we were so caught up in it. And now it's here.
How it's here.
It sucks, man. This shit sucks. June, I'm
Hey,
not burning it down, June.
yeah,
Take that shit off the top.
yeah. I'm all for. I'm not on for a hard rebuild. I'm all for a soft rebuild. But again, PD, like I said before, people want the right coach and right GM. Whether these guys bring Rodgers back or not, this team, whether Rodgers is on this team or not, this team is not going to be bad enough to be a top three pick, man. That's what I'm. And people are talking about Archie, these other guys, man. it, I'm not with trading up for no quarterback anymore, man. In the past few years, I just seen too many instances where it hasn't worked. I'm more of just letting who comes to you, that's who's meant for you, instead of the Trey Lances, the Sam Darnolds, all these other guys, Bryce Young. I'm not trying to trade up for no QB, man. But this team isn't gonna be bad enough for a top three pick to where we get the guy we want. So our to my question is, what quarterback this year would people mind not taking in the second round, third round to sit?
Hey, Jones.
Yeah,
Uh, Chiefs traded up to get Mahomes.
yeah. Who is their coach though?
Andy Reid.
Okay, but you just said you want Mike Vrabel.
No. I would like him. My favorite is
Okay,
actually Matt
but look
Nagy.
though, June did they traded up for him? But what did they traded up? But did he come in and start immediately? That's the problem. If
June,
he
why did you bring
No,
up the Mahomes thing? Why'd you? What was the relevance of that?
because Jones said that he's not with trading up to get a
I,
quarterback.
I know, but
He's content with just laying
you
back.
gave the bar of like the best one. The Niners traded up for Trey Lance,
and
right? Like
Well,
there's and I can go through a list of trade ups
and Buckeye
that were
when they traded
yeah.
for Pat, that wasn't for top five, was it?
No, it was like the what was he, the 10th or 11th pick, Mahomes?
he was the 11th pick, but he was the second quarterback took it.
Okay, all right. That's the thing right there. Trading up to the 10th or 11th pick is different than trading up the top three, which is we know what we're gonna have to do.
I just don't see.
But he
I
still
mean,
sat though, June. He didn't come. They didn't
no,
say
no, no,
the
no, no,
job is
no, no, no,
yours.
no, no, no. Hear what I'm saying? And you've been hearing me say this all
Hmm.
the time. If you move up and select the quarterback that you want, I don't want him to play for the first year. I don't want
Okay,
him to play.
that's this. Are you talking about? So if that happens in 2026, uh, who now you're finding a quarterback to play another year. Tyrod
Yeah,
Taylor's
that
playing
right.
another year.
He'll be gone. Jones. He'll
Like
be gone because he's got 1 year left.
so,
And Jones, everyone's falling in love with Archie. The kid hasn't been on a field yet.
yeah.
That's a
He
fact.
hasn't even played football
Just the
yet.
name.
Buckeye, they're all
Just
falling
the
in
name.
love because Archie is.
It's the
It's the
name.
yeah.
It's
The
the
men,
name.
let Office jump in. He's been waiting, and his team knows how to build a culture. What's up, Office?
My guy.
Morning, Petey. Morning, June.
Morning.
Buckeye, Chris,
What's
and
up?
company. You know, Arch is on a different path than most football players, like you said. You know what I mean? Look, they're going to take their time with him and they're just going to build up his worth, but that's for a whole nother day. I think from being invited in, into y'all's football space, the problem you kind of have is this, right? And I've gotten to listen the whole season per se. Aaron Rodgers, the team is in damage control, right? Like, for example, right? Like, unfortunately, even though he hasn't played the best, I think Aaron Rodgers is one of the only guys that can handle the type of heat that the fans and the lack of production brings on, right? Like, that criticism is going to make most guys fold. They'll fold, dude. These dudes aren't good like that.
Petey, is
But
that you?
Yeah,
but
somebody's
you know,
working. Sorry,
Okay.
my bad. Sorry about
but
that.
you know, like with moving on to a new quarterback, right? Like balancing, can you handle damage control into we're doing this and we're moving forward is going to be tough, right? You're going to need the type of guys that can, handle the adversity. And that's going to be the biggest key from my side of things for building a better culture, building a better coaching, staff. And I mean, there's definitely going to be some players that leave. There's going to be some that stay. I mean, think about it. And Buckeye, you're really good at this. How long would it be until they're going to have to pay Fanashinu? Because that man's going to demand big money, whether people
four
think he's
years.
played good or not. Okay,
Four
cool,
years.
Petey.
Yeah.
Right. So 4 more years or in the fourth year?
This is his first.
Four
This is his
years.
first year, so they've
Yeah,
got
so they'll have the 5th year option. They'll have another
Oh,
yeah,
four.
okay, got you.
So
yeah.
But
Fashanu
think
is
about
on
it.
probably track to get 15 million or whatever it goes up to. If he makes the Pro Bowl, it'll be 20 million for a left tackle, which is still not bad. So they have him for 4 more years under control, and technically they can franchise him in the year after. So whatever.
The Manning talk, and I could be wrong on this. Jarek would know better than I do. I think he's got 2 years of eligibility, and I think the Mannings are going to flex. I think he's going to stay in school. That's what the
I
Mannings
think they
have
want
done.
him to.
The Mannings have stayed in
Well,
school. That's what
Buckeye,
they've
this
done.
whole like Jarek, he's in here. He's talked about the whole NIL thing changed all these young players too.
But
because
Petey,
now they're going to stay.
money's not the issue for the Mannings. Like that's not even what this
Right.
is. They've had a history. If I'm correct, Eli stayed 4 years and Peyton stayed 4 years.
Well, and
And
Eli
Buckeye, I
and
got
they
people there.
demanded Eli to not go to San Diego and forced his way here.
Yeah.
Like I know people, I talk to people regularly that are involved in Texas, and my one friend, she's in charge of the NIL paperwork stuff. You know what I mean? And she believes the same thing. They're trying to get, they're giving him more of that traditional style experience, dude. I mean, he's
Yeah.
not getting hit, right? Think about it. He ain't getting hit. He's not taking a beating. He's simply just sharpening the axe, and that's what people don't like about it. That's like you said. That's why they keep throwing his name in the mix. But they don't have no idea that he's just in the lab, dude. He's just in the lab of greatness, getting ready, bro. He'll come out eventually, though.
Yeah.
But and that goes to the point. If if this fan base wants a QB trade up or not, we don't want him starting immediately. In 2026, he will have to start immediately. So if the GM if they're going to identify a guy, this may be the year to do it with the games going on.
Yeah, but Jones, let me just real quick. You guys can't tell me that there's besides Rex Ryan that there's somebody else out there that wouldn't take this team and think that they could turn it around. I find that hard to believe. There's definitely somebody out there with an ego that would say, you know what? Let's go. I could do something with this team. There's definitely somebody besides Rex Ryan. No?
Yeah,
Hello?
but where we are as a franchise, it cannot be a first time
No,
coordinator. It
Brad, I
has to be
agree.
somebody with experience.
Brad, this is
And that's
why I
very
want
limited.
Vrabel.
I
Yeah.
Vrabel's the guy. Open up the fucking pocketbook, pay him whatever he wants. That's it. That's it. It
You
cannot be a
definitely don't
first
want
time
to reach,
coordinator
man.
that will get eaten alive
Yeah,
here. I
but
think you have
Brad, I just wanted to dig in on what your opinion is. That Ben Johnson and Joe Brady, if they
no,
would, you
no.
would not want them.
No, I want Vrabel. I think we there where we are, this specific team, this specific franchise at this moment in time, it has to be a proven head coach. They will get eaten alive. There's no learning on they cannot learn on the job. There's none of that now.
Wait,
It's
who
got to be a
wants Rex
proven guy.
Ryan?
No
I
one.
think
No one. I just said Giambi. What I
I
said
think
was
it's got to be Vrabel.
I
He's
said,
just a guy.
yeah,
Hold on, I
Giambi.
just want to hear what Pete
Yeah,
said.
what I said was you can't convince me that there's no one out there besides Rex Ryan that could say they can't turn this thing around with most of the guys here right now.
People
There's
have
step.
such revisionist history, though, Pete, when it
I
comes
yeah,
to Rex Ryan.
I don't want Rex Ryan, Giambi. I'll be on the. I do not
No, I
want
know,
him.
but he had Tony Soprano as his offensive coordinator, Chan Gailey. I think he had one other guy. He had like four different offensive coordinators. His last three
Schottenheimer.
years here were garbage.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
know if Chan
then
Gailey was here. To
he
be
then
honest, go
what
ahead.
it
No,
was some other old guy, but then he went to Buffalo. He completely and Jim Marone, who I admit or whatever Doug Marone, who I admit I didn't want at the time and was not a
Was
fan of him
Doug
either.
Marone in Barone Sanitation?
Exactly. Uh, but no. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. No, but he actually he did a much better job coaching the Bills than Rex did. Rex walks in the door and he takes like a top five ranked defense and they absolutely fall to shit. I mean, these people who act like Rex Ryan is this all time coach, like Joe Beningo. I mean, give me a break. It was horrible under Rex Ryan. And he coached Mangini's team, and when he actually picked the players himself, he was garbage. Quentin Coples, Kyle Wilson. Give me a break.
Oh gosh, Kyle Wilson.
Kyle
Calvin
Quentin.
hit Calvin Pryor, who reminded him of Jack Tatum.
No, oh my Calvin Pryor from the Louisville Slugger. They called him.
Please, the guy had dripping PEDs coming out of his
That guy
ass.
was a stiff from day one.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, quick question, y'all. This would be actually for any fan of a franchise. Jim Nagy got interviewed by an NFL team yesterday, specifically for Jet fans. Even you've already had Phil Savage within another role before his interim role.
Hmm.
If not the GM position, and you don't have to specify where, um, would you still want Jim Nagy as part of your organization?
Why not? Yeah, I would take Nagy because he's been
And
around all these young guys, Chris. He's
I almost ask this to any NFL a fan of any NFL franchise, because what it just says to me, and then I'll go on mute, is that he's interested in moving on and into an NFL position. Something about that, dude. I mean,
I mean, for him to take the interview,
I'm
yeah.
biased. I'm
Well,
telling y'all
Chris,
I'm
I'm
biased. I would
Chris.
want that dude as part of my
Yeah, Chris, I'm
franchise.
getting
You
messages.
hear me,
Somebody,
Jarek?
Chris, can you hear
Find a
me?
place for him.
Chris, you hear
Yeah,
me?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I
So
got you.
somebody's JBSN Jeffrey, good morning, messes me on here. No good coach wants to go to the Jets with current ownership. Let's see. Let's see who takes the interview. Let's see.
At the end of
I'll
the
see
day,
that when I believe
Pete, you're ultimately going to get somebody because there's 32 head coaching positions and there's 32 general manager positions. The one thing that I do think works in the Jets' favor is I don't think that there's going to be a lot of general manager openings. I really don't. So I think when you look at the names like Borgonzi in Kansas City, Agnew in Detroit, John Dorsey, Dimitrov, whoever, you're going to end up getting a quality candidate because they're going to want a chance to become a general manager again. But when it comes to the head coaches, that's where relationship takes off. And this is a very unpopular opinion. But if they end up getting the head fish in the GM search, who in my opinion is Borgonzi of Kansas City, he may very well want his own guy in Nagy, who he currently has a relationship with. Now, it was Nagy a great coach in Chicago? No, but he also made the playoffs. And who knows? I mean, sometimes some of these coaches who fail, they become offensive coordinator for a couple of years, and then they get another chance later on. What the Jets' mistake was is they basically took Adam Gase, who was fired off Miami immediately, and the guy wasn't able to learn his lesson or take his medicine, and they hired him right off the spot. But listen, if that's who Borgonzi feels, I much rather have a GM head coach relationship where they feel they're in sync, they get along, they know each other well, they both want the same thing, opposed to a forced marriage like we've done in the past with the Jets.
it. Yeah. Office, jump in.
Two quick things. I think we all feel like if a billionaire offers you an invitation to come to his office, most people are going to jump at that, despite kind of like you said a little bit, Terrence, right? Or Chris. Sorry, I didn't see which one it was, but um, people are going to interview for the job for sure, man. But like my question to you guys is, right? Do you want a coach that comes in with a clear conscience and a forward vision, or do you want like Vrabel, Ben Johnson type guys, Matt Nagy as well, right? Or do you want, because you don't want to really bring in a guy where it went bad, because they're bringing their trash with you. Then you're kind of compiling it together with recyclable items. Because I'm not going to call y'all trash. I never thought y'all were, and I never will. But like, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you need a guy with a clear conscience, a new in the now vision of what a football team can do, right? Like, that's the guy you got to find,
Yeah.
man.
Hopefully we do, Office. There's got to be somebody. Somebody's going to take the job here.
It
It's
will,
not like
dog.
you
No doubt.
cannot tell me that nobody's going to want a job like this. And there's too many egos involved.
If Woody Johnson invited you to his office right now, Pete, would you stop what you're doing?
Probably, yes. To
I
talk to
know
him
I
about
would.
the state of the Jets? Absolutely, I would. I wouldn't, I don't, I
Yeah.
mean, I'd have to, rearrange some things, but, you know, yes, I would go talk to Woody.
Yeah. So why
Yes.
wouldn't a football coach looking for a job? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all good. It's a little messy, but nobody's turning that man down, brother. I wouldn't. You wouldn't. I don't think anybody in this room would. Maybe I'm not speaking, but just trying to be, fun and optimistic, I guess.
Is anyone
As
talking?
a matter of fact, I need him to call me now. Where is Woody? I gotta go see him. Let's all go see him. We should all just show up at his office. Wouldn't that be kind of funny? Let's just all show up there and wait for him one day. Like, yo, we gotta talk, bud.
Anybody?
Tear it
Oh
down.
gosh,
Tear it down.
No,
June.
I think everyone.
Just tear it down.
That was just such a great point that
Tear,
we were actually
tear it
thinking
down.
about going to Woody's office.
I mean, I
Tear
wish
it
would.
down.
I don't think he would. I mean, he's playing. Whatever. It's
Just
like
tear it
asking a
down.
question. No, June, I'm not doing it.
It's the only way to do it, man. You gotta do it the correct and right way. Tear it down.
Hey, if y'all all are going to go see Woody, can I come join you as a Giants fan so I can go kick in the Mirador?
That's on the other side of the building, bro. Nah, you got to get through
Hold
security.
on, hold on. Petey, I'd come with you guys, go yell at Woody, and then you guys would come with me to go yell at Mara. We make a day out of it.
We can't yell at him. We're trying to get the money from him.
Bob, yeah,
We're
Bob,
going there to
you
get
got
the
to go
money.
through security matters. That ain't happening there.
Petey, I'll stay in your suitcase. You just bring me in that way. Nobody would notice.
Well,
But how is everybody
good,
doing
Bob.
today?
How are you? Good morning, guys. I'm gonna end the space at
Good morning.
9:15 today. I got some things going on.
I got in here for perfect time. I wanted to say good morning. If I don't speak to you guys at all, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
You too, Bob.
And it's freaking snowing.
Yeah, it is.
And it's freaking snowing.
Yeah, I'd seen.
I'm in Chester right now, and it's coming down like cats and dogs. I have to get back to the
Wow,
shop.
you're up on by 206, huh?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm on Main Street 513 in Chester right now at the light next to
Bob, I don't
the
know if you
Valley
want to
Bank.
do that, man, on Twitter and reveal exactly where you're at.
Nobody will know where I am. I'm in a car.
tear it down.
Hey, I've said the same thing about my Giants. I think the Jets and Giants got to tear it down all the way down to the people who work in the
That's a
bathroom.
fact. That's a fact. Tear it down. That's the
Tear
only
both
way it's
teams
gonna.
down.
That's the only way it's
Burn
gonna
it
change.
down. Burn both teams down all the way down to the janitor's office, and rebuild it from the
Yes,
ground up.
that's
Because
it. Only way.
Yo,
Only
you
way
know
to
what?
fix the situation.
We should end the Jets commute on that today. But I'm not tearing it down yet. Guys,
You got to tear it down.
I'm gonna run. I hope you all have a good weekend.
all right,
Hopefully
Petey,
the Jets. I think they'll score points this weekend. I do not think they'll win. I think it'll be a high scoring game.
who are they playing this
The
week?
Rams. I just can't see them shutting the Rams down. That's just me.
Petey, are you
I'm
going?
going. Aaron Rodgers is throwing for
Yeah,
7
Brad.
TDs and 500 yards, and
Guys,
and they're gonna dominate the Rams
yeah,
this week.
Bill Fonz in here. Good morning, Jim Hamill, Jim, Reggie, Alex, Sad Jet, long suffering Mike. Hope you all
All
have a good weekend. All right, ciao,
right, Petey,
guys.
have a good day,
Tear it
brother.
down.
You too.
Tear it
Bye,
down.
June.
Tear it down.